This meeting of the Audit Committee for December 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
1:01 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Dave Wilson, Trustees Monica Reichert, and alternate Trustee Eva Laredo. The opportunity for public comments allows a citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees. In order to do that, that citizen must complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Topics for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, the annual comprehensive financial report and independent audit report for the fiscal year ended August 31, 2024?
So move.
And I will second. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Chancellor Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Committee Chair, member of the board. The independent auditing firm of Fovis Mazars has issued an unmodified clean opinion on the college's financial statements and federal financial assistance programs. This item is presented to the board as a recommendation of approval of the annual comprehensive financial report and independent auditor's report for the fiscal year ended August 31st, 2024. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Jacob Akin to introduce the Forest and Mazars representative and to respond to all questions. Mr. Akin, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. We engaged, as you know, Fovis Mazars to conduct the audit this year. I would like to introduce the partner, Angie Dunlap, who is the lead partner on the engagement, to walk you through their presentation and to respond to any questions that you might have.
Good afternoon, trustees and chancellor. I'm Angie Dunlap, and I am the audit engagement partner for the Houston Community College System Audit for August 31st, 2024. And also with me is Erica Brown, who served as the senior manager on the engagement, and I call the field general that is in the field with the team to ensure that we have an efficient and effective audit. We have provided to you a communication that we want to share with you relative to the conduct of the audit and the results of the audit. And Eric and I will kind of tag team this communication. And if you do have any questions along the way, definitely feel free to jump in at any point in time, and we'll be more than happy to address those questions. The document that you have in front of you does say draft, and it's draft only in the sense that we include the management representation letter once that is signed by management, and then we'll issue kind of a final document with that included in there. So it's the content in here is where we stand today, but it'll be finalized once we get that management representation letter. So we have certain required communications that we need to conduct with the Audit Committee, and this just outlines the areas that we will cover. So the scope of our audit was the financial statements as of August 31st, 2024. And also we audited the single audit programs, or so your federal and state funding that you receive. We did perform procedures around that as well. And in this communication, it does talk about kind of what our responsibilities are is to render opinions on the financial statements. And when we use the word opinions, we're also referring to the fact that the Houston Community College Foundation is a discretely presented component unit of the college. And so their financial information is included in the financial statements. And Erica will talk a little bit more about that as well. So we audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards as well as generally accepted government auditing standards. And then we follow the guidance that is outlined in the Office of Management and Budget Uniform Guidance for the federal programs and the Texas Grants Management Standards for the state programs. And then we also just like to make sure that you're aware of the fact that we are independent with respect to the Houston Community College. And then as an governing body, you do have responsibility for the overall financial, fiduciary responsibility as it relates to the financial operations of the organization. As I mentioned, we do audit in accordance with generally accepted government auditing standards, so there is an internal control over financial reporting and noncompliance and other matters that is included in the final document. And then we also do several reports as it relates to the single audit or the federal and state funding. One is an opinion on compliance for each major federal and state award program, along with a report on internal control over compliance. With respect to the opinion on compliance for major federal and state programs, we did not have identified at this point in time any issues with the funding. We did audit 3 programs this year, 2 of them from a federal perspective and 1 from a state perspective. And we did not identify any issues with respect to compliance in those particular programs. And then I'm going to turn it over to Erica to talk a little bit more about some of the other aspects of the engagement.
Okay, thanks. As Angie mentioned, the foundation is included in the financial statement packet that you've received. We didn't audit the foundation. Those were audited by other auditors. So when you're looking at our opinion, you will see that we have called out the fact that the foundation is audited by other auditors, and we're relying on their audit opinion, and we're not doing anything on that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are there assets, I see it's about 24 million in assets. Are they a part of our financial statement, which they are, but are they used when we go out for a credit rating or for bonds, or I have a difficult time understanding how the foundation fits in and is a separate entity with the school, and those lines are blurred with me, and I just don't understand that.
I mean, Jacob would probably answer that better than me, but they likely would not be part of, anything as it relates to accreditation or rating agency, things of that nature.
Bond
with respect
rating.
to bond ratings. They would be looking solely at the college operations for that.
So, Mr. Atkins and Ms. Schmidt, please come to the podium, Ms. Schmidt as well.
Ms. Dunlap is correct. When we go through our S&P credit ratings and when we prepare to issue bonds and debts, we do not pledge or utilize any of those assets during the process. And so that is based entirely upon the assets of the institution, excluding the foundation.
Well, why do we include it at all in the school's financial statement?
Well, part of the reason that they're presented discreetly is because the sole purpose of the foundation is to support HCC. So while they have separate boards of governance, there
Separate
is
audit?
and a
Separate
separate
checking
audit.
account? Yeah.
Their purpose is to support us, and to some extent, we support the foundation in terms of the way that administrators and support personnel are compensated. So they are discreetly presented as part of the institution, but they are managed separately. That is functionally an advantage for the institution. And I'll give you one brief example of why that's necessary. We have to comply with the Public Funds Investment Act, which has very strict and narrow limitations on how we can invest our funds. The foundation as a separate entity is not required to follow those same rules, which means they can be more aggressive in the way that they invest their funds with a higher priority set on return as opposed to preservation of principal. And so there are advantages for the current structure, And I don't want to speak for the foundation, but it's reasonable that we would continue to have them operate as a separate entity.
Is that how San Jacinto and Lone Star function also?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Still strange to me. I can't comprehend it.
Well,
Right.
I was just going to say, I'll just add, and part of it is there's particular government accounting standards, board standards, that require certain entities to be either included, discretely presented, where you show everything separate, or blended, and they're called component units. So the Houston Community College Foundation is a component unit of Houston Community College. And so part of the inclusion is kind of based on these standards that have to be followed as to why those are included. And then there are some situations sometimes where foundations may or may not be included, dependent upon kind of the significance to the overall community college. And so, for example, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board usually used to provide guidance in terms of kind of what that percentage is. So if it was like, if they were like 1%, then they may not be included. But if they were, 10% of your net position, then they get included. So they give some guidance in regards to the inclusion of things like a foundation for the community colleges.
I remember 10 or 12 years ago, there was investments and the foundation had made, and they weren't exactly favorable. If the foundation gets in debt, does the college have to step in and bail it out, or do we have to co-sign for them, or so the people are taking their own risk if they buy a security that is issued?
Thank you very much, Trustee Wilson. I'm happy to be able to answer that question. First of all, the HCC Foundation is an institutionally related foundation. It is a receiver of private funds, and you want to be able to keep private funds separate from public funds. And it is the reason why an institution sets up an institutionally related foundation. As Jacob said, we only raise money for the HCC Foundation. The way that the HCC Board of Trustees is able to be assured of governance for the issue that you've just addressed of what's happening financially is two trustees sit on the HCC Foundation board as board liaisons. The HCC Foundation raises funds solely for HCC. The chancellor is an ex officio member of the HCC Foundation board, along with myself. The board in that, with HCC and with the HCC Foundation, we operate under a memorandum of understanding. And on a quarterly basis, you ask the foundation, and I provide it, a quarterly report that shows here's how we're doing financially, and here's the decisions that have been made, and here's what we're doing for HCC in terms of a return on investment for the investment that HCC is making in the foundation in terms of funds going back. Just so you know, as a matter of practice and as a matter of principle, the current foundation board is not one that would want to go into debt. That is just, we don't see any reason to do that. And if we were to do that, that would only be done in cooperation, collaboration, and for projects that are approved by the Board of Trustees and where you all are definitely a part of the decision-making process. Does that help?
That's good that the board's not wanting to get in debt. When I read the budget, I can never tell what the college puts into the foundation and what. I'm a simple man. I like, if we put $1 million in, I'd like to see $2 million back in scholarships. But I never see those numbers anywhere, and I don't know how that.
On a quarterly basis, the HCC Foundation provides those numbers to you. You're absolutely correct. Those numbers are not broken out specifically as a part of what Jacob reports for the financial reports. The salaries or the investment that HCC makes in the foundation are included in the Chancellor's office budget. So that's where it lives. Then when I, the HCC Foundation, makes a quarterly report to you, I share with you this particular fiscal year, you invested $1.7 million in the foundation, and we provided back to you, fiscal year 24, $7,025,000 in funds back to the college, and here's how much of it was grant funds, here's how much of it was donated items, here's how much of it was private scholarships, and here's how much of it was scholarships. That is an overarching return on investment of 300% or $4 for every dollar that you all have invested in the HCC Foundation. And that's a part of what is in the component unit that is discretely presented in the audited financial statements. And then we break it out in more detail to be able to show, pull it out so that you can be able to see what the details are. And I'm happy to sit down with you.
I'd like that.
With David Itz.
The salaries are in the Chancellor's budget? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that included in the schools?
Yes.
And not the foundations?
It's in
books.
both. And I have a chart that I show when I present my report that shows, here, based on the questions that you've asked previously, here's where it shows up on the foundation's books, and here's where it shows up on HCC's books, so it pulls it out with the specific numbers for the foundation so that you can see it, so that it's not buried in bigger numbers, because we're 25 million, yes, but this is a $500 million institution, so it gets rolled in. So I show the detail at that level for you, and I'm happy to go over it in detail with you to be able to show, what comes over and what goes back and where it's going to. Predominantly, the $25 million in assets are invested assets for endowment purposes.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It clears some things up, and some things are more cloudy. But okay, maybe we can get together and
We can walk through it.
Yeah,
Happy
you can
to do
get
that.
a number 2 pencil and a big chief pad and explain it to me so I could understand it.
Absolutely. So long as it's a Dixon Ticonderoga number 2, happy to do that.
Trustee Laredo.
No, I just wanted to thank the foundation for always working with us. I've been one of those that was in that committee. And so, yes, Trustee Wilson, whatever questions you have, they'll be more than glad to sit with you and answer your questions.
Thank you.
You work very well with us, so we thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You'll also notice in the ACFR that you have that there's a bunch of things in there. We don't audit all of those things, so we do just like to call out that there is what we call other information in there. So there's a transmittal letter, introductory information, there's some statistical schedules. Those are not audited and not included in our audit opinion, and you'll notice our audit opinion does specifically call that out, that they're not audited. There are also other things in the ACFR, what we call required supplementary information. That's required by GASB, but again, that is not audited per se. We issue what we call an in-relation opinion, so we are reading the management's discussion and analysis just to make sure that the information is reasonable based on the financial statements, but we're not necessarily auditing the numbers in the MD&A, and that also goes for the pension and the OPEB schedules in the back as well. And so one thing we do, and so we kind of call that out on this slide, is just that we are looking to ensure there's no material inconsistencies with other information that's presented in the financials. And then we do just like to let y'all know about kind of the qualitative aspects that we're looking for in our audit and whether or not there were any. So in the ACFR, you'll notice note 2 is the significant accounting policies. So we do look at those as part of our audit just to make sure that they're reasonable. We look at if there were any unusual policies or any alternative accounting treatments, which HCC did not have any this year. We do spend extra time on anything that is considered a management judgment or estimate to ensure that the estimate is reasonable, understanding how management has developed that estimate, if it is something that management has developed or something maybe they're getting from a third party. Most of y'all's estimates kind of come from a third party, so that's the pension and the OPEB stuff, as well as the fair value of investments. Management does have an allowance policy, so we do look at that allowance policy to make sure that that is reasonable as well. We also look at the financial statement disclosures just to make sure that everything that's supposed to be there is in there and that they are consistent and make sense. We had no issues with the disclosures looking at them. And then we also just look at the accounting principles just to make sure, if there were new accounting standards, they were implemented correctly. There were no new standards this year that had to be implemented. There were, and Angie will get to this, there was an adjustment related to net investment and capital assets, so that did kind of fall under an accounting principle as to how that was being calculated. So HCC has kind of changed, updated some things just to make sure that that's being calculated correctly. And then if there were any significant transactions, we would have looked at that, but this year it was pretty quiet at HCC, so there were no kind of big transactions for us to look at.
So as Erica said, there were a couple of adjustments that are included in the financial statements and or will be included in the financial statements. So what we have here is a recorded adjustment, and this was a revision of the 2023 net investment in capital assets. So during the course of the year, management had received the Government Finance Officers Association comments. And so the Government Finance Officers Association is an organization that HCC presents their financial statements to and generally receives a certificate of excellence in financial reporting. And so as part of receiving that certificate, the GFOA provides comments in order to continue to enhance the presentation of the financial statements. And so for the 2023 period, they had some comments as it related to how the net investments in capital assets is calculated, and that's a component of your net position. So net position is net investment in capital assets, restricted net position, and unrestricted net position. And so there were certain items that were included in the calculation in the previous year that needed to be revised. And so that revision was approximately $56 million. And so management, again, had identified, based on the comments, they, consulted us to talk through some of the items that were noted in that calculation and what should and shouldn't be included. And so it was ultimately determined approximately a little over $56 million needed to be reclassed between net investment in capital assets and unrestricted net position. Overall net position for the college did not change. So it's just reclassification in the components. And so that's reflected in the 2023 information, and there is a footnote disclosure that points out and kind of articulates that change. And then for FY24, those revisions carried forward into FY24, and so those are presented appropriately as well. When we did this presentation, there was one adjustment that we had related to just a reclassification of the current portion of the lease receivable. Through discussions with management, they will be making that reclassification. So the draft financial statements that you have will be modified to reflect that change. So as noted, the draft that you have, there has been some tweaks since it's been presented to you, and so that will be incorporated in the final version of the financial statements that you receive. And then just some other required communications. We just want to make you aware that we didn't have any disagreements with management. Throughout the audit process, we have weekly status meetings with the accounting team to talk about any items that we have identified or just where we stand with respect to the audit, and we worked through any matters that we had. As we talked about, in regards to the revision of the net investment in capital assets, we did consult with what we call our audit quality leaders within our firm, just to make sure that that was being presented appropriately. And so that's what that second point relates to. We are not aware that management, consulted with other accountants on any material matters during the audit process. We talked about the net investment in capital assets. We did just make note here, and we've had a conversation with management about this. We did encounter, one difficulty as part of the audit process trying to get kicked off is when we test the student financial aid, which is a pretty significant program for the college, there's a lot of information embedded in PeopleSoft, and it's most efficient for us to be able to go in with read-only access to look at that information versus, tying up the student financial aid team's time and pulling records and documents and scanning and uploading and things of that nature. So we did have some difficulties getting access to PeopleSoft to perform that testing. We ultimately got it, but it did take some time to get through that process. And then when we finalize this, you will have a copy of management's representation letter that will be included here, and you'll be able to see what management represents to us with respect to the conduct of the audit and the presentation of the financial statements. So with that is really kind of our prepared remarks, but if there are any questions that the committee has, we're more than happy to address those.
Committee members, are there any questions? Trustee Wilson?
On the employee benefits, it went, from 24 to 8 million?
Is this in relation to the other post-employment benefits?
Yes. Why was it such a big drop?
So each year, with respect to, and this would kind of, go in conjunction with both the pension and the OPEB, is you have the teacher retirement system and the ERS, employee retirement system, based on, kind of their analysis and looking at, assumption changes that they put in place can, alter that OPEB liability and the pension liability on an annual basis. So some years it goes up, others it goes down. I think a good portion of it probably decreased because of the fiduciary debt position that exists in each of the plans has gone up due to the market valuation, market increasing. And so when you look at those, they call them net because there's like a total OPEB, total liability, and then there's the fiduciary net position that offsets that liability. And so dependent upon just various factors, whether it's assumption changes in the market value, can fluctuate that balance on an annual basis.
Yeah, well, that number jumps around from year to year, and so does that pension number, and it's not a straight line one way or the other. It's almost makes me wonder what's really happening.
And part of it is, when you think about it, both plans, include, all of the community colleges, all of the public institutions. So there's a lot of variables, that go into that just based off of the different makeup of the entities that are involved. And the good news about it is, the college is never going to outlay that money at any one point in time, unless everybody left the college, today, that would be the only time that you'd ever have to pay that out. So it's always going to be a fluctuation on an annual basis, sometimes for the good, sometimes not so much for the good.
Thank you for your information. And just like we'd have, depending on our funding and all, we have triple rating, and our rating is good. I was just wondering, I was counting how many interim positions we have. So we have 12. Does that affect our rating as well? Because you have so many, so that kind of shows that we're still not stable, that we need to make sure we move. When, are we giving a timeline of when we move those positions from interim into regular?
Thank you very much. I would like to respond to that question. We are, of course, moving the interims into the permanent positions. We have criteria that we're using as well. We've developed those with talent engagement and human resources. And so with the criteria that have been established, we are then assessing. We're also looking at what is now required institutionally based upon the changes since COVID. And some of the positions that we have probably will not exist. Maybe there will be others that will be replacing those. And so each of the supervisors in the various administrative areas will be assessing what is it that is going to be required for the next several years in terms of our administrative structure, in terms of the oversight, our ability to be able to serve our community, our ability to be able to achieve those strategic priorities that the board members have set for the institution. So with respect to the timeline, we're moving forward, and there will be some additional interims that will be coming forward. I think it's in December, because they will have met the criteria that were established. And we are hopeful that by the 1st of February, that we will have even more that will be coming forward for review and approval as well. But that assessment is currently underway, as you will know, Trustee Laredo, as we're looking at the future forward planning for facilities as well as programs. And so it could very well be that some of the positions that we're thinking about now will go to the various colleges in order to help provide that support for instruction, student services, in order to help us to be much more effective as we address the needs of our state, our city, and what has been called for with respect to House Bill 8. So we're working on that timeline based upon the criteria that we have set, and just look forward to those additional interims coming forward based upon our assessment of needs.
Thank you. The reason I ask is because when I see that we have such a large number of interims and they've been in that position for, for an extended amount of time, and I'm saying more than 6 months, then sometimes, I don't want to see it as the person is thinking, oh, well, I'm just an interim. I'm not going to give it my all because I'm just an interim. I want to make sure that they're in there, they're dedicated, they're working as hard as they can, but also know that we're giving them the support that they need. And so that's why my question and my concern on those interim positions.
And of course, I understand perfectly what you're saying, and we administratively all agree with you. We do want to make sure, though, that as individuals move into positions, that they demonstrate all of the skill sets that are necessary in order for the goals that we have institutionally to be achieved. And the board members have set goals for the institution. And we thought, in planning with talent engagement, the previous chief human resources officer and talent engagement vice chancellor, to ensure that as we look at the criteria, that all of the individuals who are selected are indeed going to move forward either in a role at the district or at the college to help us to achieve those goals. So we've moved forward. Many of the interims that we had in place previously, they have gotten permanent positions. And we are now assessing to ensure that the others meet that criteria as well. And with that, then they move into the permanent positions also. So your position is certainly well taken. It's appreciated and respected. And we can assure you that those individuals who are in interim positions, who are now moving into permanent positions, have demonstrated all of what is going to be required in order for us to achieve the end goal of student success.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Trustee Wilson?
How was Paris?
It was amazing.
Okay. Good, thank you.
I want to thank you all for our draft of our This is our first blush and hopefully final. Thank you that we have no material issues and that the one issue that was stated is resolved. So thank you very much for this. And if the trustees have any additional questions, we will send them to you in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move to item B. Oh, we get to
yes,
vote? It's a
yes.
draft? Or is it going to?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
voted on.
it's going to move
And then
to-
it goes to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda, perfect. So we'll now vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Excellent. We'll now move to item B. Update on risk 5, the post-pandemic new normal competition in the changing market. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. This item presents the college's response to the post-pandemic new normal competition and the changing market reflected in risk 5 as reflected as a part of the enterprise risk management process. So with your permission, Madam Chair, an update will be presented by Dr. Andrea Burrish, Vice Chancellor of Research and Data Analytics, along with Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services, and Dr. Miguel Ramos, Interim Vice Chancellor of Instruction. Dr. Burrish.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, trustees. So the changing educational landscape is a constant source of risk. And as we've talked about, one of the benefits of the enterprise risk management system is it also alerts us to sources of opportunities. The educational climate is undergoing exponential change, but this change brings opportunities and challenges. This risk is really about recognizing and anticipating change that may impact the institution and identifying ways to lead, to adapt, and to change. So one of the ways that we monitor this risk is really by monitoring to the best that we possibly can higher education trends. And we're seeing, I want to highlight a few trends on this list. One is the paradigm shifts in enrollment, teaching, and learning. During the pandemic, we saw a switch to online learning, which has underwent great acceleration then and has continued as an expectation of learners. And with the shift towards online learning comes a responsibility to engage learning. And as you know, HCC has expanded its online learning technologies and integrated technologies like AR and VR to address this kind of risk. Paradigm shifts also include things like short sessions, as in our One Now program, and other differences in the way that students are doing college. We also have seen an increased focus on outcomes and accountability, and this goes with a lot that is happening with House Bill 8 and how we are funding, but also the expectation of having the analytics in order to monitor student outcomes. We see an increase in financial pressure, and here we really think about increased competition. Being in Houston, we have competition from all our peers, but we are also one of the states that is being affected least by the demographic cliff that you all hear about. And that means that other states see Texas as a rich source of students. And so we have to be competitive in terms of our programs and how we offer them in order to survive the competition. We see increased financial pressures. Other schools, including us, see the pressures of deferred maintenance, capital expenses, the cost of technology, and of course, the needs for the new technologies we're seeing in terms of business. And we presented this type of information to the board recently. Due to time, I will not go through all of these, but you've also seen these risks in presentations around mental health and monitoring student health. And so these are all trends that we monitor regularly and address through the actions of leadership. So with risk assessment, we monitor we monitor legislative changes, we monitor program vitality reports, and that's one of the reasons we bring this risk this month, is you'll also see the program vitality report and the recommendations for new programs. We monitor our schedules and when courses are filling and what we're offering. We track our enrollment and awards for the health of our program, our labor market data. And importantly, we collaborate with business and industries and we listen, including to our advisory boards and community forums, so that we understand where businesses and industries see themselves going, because that's critically important. And so after that list is a list that keeps me up at night. So I thought I'd also present some good news. We monitor, of course, the national publications. And one piece of good news that we've seen recently is that despite everything you may hear to the contrary, interest in higher education is actually growing in the United States. In the last 3 years, the Gallup Lumina poll has shown that of individuals who are not enrolled, 60% have considered pursuing at least one degree or credential in the last 2 years, and we see a real focus on the job skills. Now, this is really an interesting chart. Here, Gallup Lumina asked how valuable are the following type of degrees and credentials, and I graphed two populations for you, the currently enrolled and the never enrolled. And you can see a similar pattern in both of them, where we see industry certifications are perceived as more and more valuable, along with bachelor's degrees, which illustrates the importance of us pursuing our bachelor's degrees and our transfer pathways, as well as the work we've done on our credentials of value and industry certifications, as students are seeing those as more and more important. In fact, 2 years ago, only 10% of students were saying that they were interested in going to a community college for an industry certification. That number is now 19%, an almost 10% increase in only 2 years. And here you see the graph of the associates versus the certificates over the past 5 years. And you can see the growth in the attention to the short-term certificates reflected in the number of students who have earned them. And so again, by paying attention to these industry trends, we try to build our programs proactively, including how they are delivered and how we engage students in order to ensure that we meet the risk and address the risks of competition. So another data point has to do with the coordinating board's review of low-performing programs. Low-producing programs are those that produce fewer than 25 graduates, and you can see that number has actually increased in the state of Texas. 24 community colleges, including 2 of our very large peers, have at least one low-performing program, but HCC, with the work that we've done, have no programs on that list, which is just a testament to the work that our instructional services divisions and our faculty do at really monitoring what do students want. And with that, I will invite Dr. Ramos.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So Dr. Burge has touched on some really important points about how we think about risk when it comes to curriculum development and program development. So when we talk about refreshing the program portfolio, we're really talking about the inventory of our courses, the inventory of our programs, our degrees, our certificates, our bachelor's degrees, and how we arrive at the conclusions that we do in order to create new ones or to delete other ones. Some of the examples that I've presented on this slide here today kind of show a very compact version of some of the degrees that have actually come before the board in the last couple of years. For example, there is the data science AAS that was implemented this fall, which the board approved a few years ago. That started from a conversation based on a review of a U.S. Department of Labor statistics showing that data science was going to be one of the jobs of the future. And so in talking with industry professionals, talking with community partners, faculty got together and went through the long, arduous process of developing and anticipating the need that data science would present for our students, and ultimately led to something that was fruitful and implemented this fall. The same is true of our smart building technology. I've mentioned it at a couple of our community partner meetings recently. That is an area that is still in development, and in fact is so new that the job of integrator, which this feeds into, doesn't yet exist with the Department of Labor's job inventory. So it is something that is very forward-thinking. At the same time, we also have non-credit degrees like our EV Safety Fundamentals training course that was developed, which allows us to pivot very quickly to industry needs on the fly. If I'm not mistaken, we also developed a sheetrock program at some point in order to address the needs of some of the disasters that have happened in the city. And so really, when you look at the landscape of the curriculum at HCC, it's one of constant change and constant churn. When we talk about new awards in the next session, that's really the tip of the iceberg. So when we come to the board with deactivations or new awards, you're really looking at the two ends of a bell curve. In the middle of the bell curve, however, is the vast majority of the change that happens at the course level, at the curriculum level, even on a day-to-day level within a syllabus. We might incorporate a new concept or a new idea based on an article or research that a faculty member has read. And the whole idea is that we want to stay constant. It doesn't do us any good to sit on our laurels and remain static. And so that is how we try to mitigate that risk of staying consistent with the market, by constantly engaging with our community partners, constantly engaging with industry, and constantly engaging with our disciplinary research to make sure that we anticipate trends, but also are very active in evaluating programs that maybe need to be pruned to keep us healthy. Thank you.
With that, do you have any questions?
Committee members, questions? Trustee Wilson, no questions?
It sounds like you're on, there's going to be a lot of changes with the Department of Education, House Bill 8, the vouchers coming next year. So it looks like you're anticipating and on top of it. I appreciate that. And we're going to have to, as an institution, stay very nimble and be able to turn on a dime and change if something's not working. We need to admit it didn't work and get out of it and get into something that is going to work. So congratulations. Thank you.
Trustee Laredo?
Trustee Wilson and I have been talking about how what about free education? So we're pushing for that. So hopefully HCC will be next in line for that. Mm-hmm. Follow UT step, right? Thank you.
Madam Chancellor.
Thank you very much. I would like to comment, and it's really interesting because there has been a lot of conversation about that, but one of the things I think has gone missing in all of the PR is that the HCC Board of Trustees approved free tuition in 2005 with the waiver of tuition and fees for all of the dual credit students within our service area. And I think that's a story that is remaining to be told because, in fact, our Board of Trustees and HCC were really leading in that area. So I think that's something that really should be publicized and the public should know because there has been a tremendous economic impact as a result of all of the waivers that have been provided for students in early college high schools, P-TECH programs, for them to then progress through their programs and then become productive citizens and taxpayers. Thank you.
I'm really glad. That is a great segue to the question I have on page 12. We see the new award developments. One of the things that's curiously missing is AI and robotics on that list as a result of the the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. So can we talk about that for a moment?
Yes, and you're absolutely right. When we look at the labor market job list for artificial intelligence, that particular field doesn't exist specifically. Usually we think about things like computer science, computer programming, something in the computer development area. And so that's something else that we're going to anticipate or have anticipated in terms of what the new job is going to be related to artificial intelligence in terms of a technical field as opposed to a theoretical computer science construct. And so you're right, it's not on the list. These are simply examples, but certainly our healthcare management and our artificial intelligence programs are at the leading edge given their status as a baccalaureate degree here. So when we think about some of the limitations from the state in terms of how many baccalaureate degrees we have, we're really going to have to be strategic about focusing on fields that are forward-thinking, that have high demand and high technical aspects, because we want to make sure that we are ahead of the game, even there.
And the reason why I bring this up because President Villagrán Glover hosts a competition every month, and on the average, there are 300 high school students there, and it's robotics. Yes. And those students are already learning AI robotics, and we do not have a credential of value for that. So in order for them to participate, they would have to be dual credit early college high school for credits. But because we don't have 3 levels of certification, they can't take advantage of that starting next summer. So it's interesting that we're close to that edge. But I do understand from a global perspective that the AI robotics is indeed extremely robust.
Absolutely.
So we want to see. Every now and then, the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, they're a little slow on technology, but we definitely want to stay ahead. We know we have the 2-year degree, we know we have the 4-year degree, but we have no certification program. So we're missing an avenue. And with that average of 300 students every month competing, already learning the languages, and learning to build, to construct and test and compete with robots, this is an opportunity for us to lead our peers yet again.
Absolutely.
So thank you all so much. This has been very, very helpful. The shifts in enrollment. We had a discussion. Can you tell us what our enrollment looks like in terms of
Robotics?
our general enrollment from last semester to this semester? Are we still moving in the right direction?
I
Dr.
believe
Burridge?
we are, but I will defer to Dr. Burridge.
We are. We are moving in the right direction from still this semester. So I actually look at enrollment in 2 segments. One is our traditional enrollment, that is the students who are not dual credit, and that enrollment was up by about 14% on Monday. We were up in every age group, up through 60. We were down a couple of students in the 60s, but other than that, up every single age group. For our dual credit enrollment, that group is still enrolling, so it's too early to forecast. But having talked with our P16 groups, they have a positive outlook on our dual credit student enrollment as well.
Excellent. Thank you. It's good to see our enrollment increasing. This is exceptional. There are no more items on the agenda, and we do not have a closed session. So the meeting of the Audit Committee is hereby adjourned at
1:53 p.m.
Relations Committee for December 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
2:05 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Dr. Monica Reichhardt, Dr. Adriana Tamez, and alternate Trustee Eva Laredo. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board of Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the External Relations Committee today. We will begin with item A, report on external relation activities. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will present the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Committee Chair, members of the committee of the board. This item provides an update on state and federal activities in addition to updates on current and anticipated policy-related matters and events. So with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor Dr. Ramel Young will present the report and respond to questions. Dr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to share information related to the External Relations Committee. Before I begin, let me thank Dr. Dejan Grigsby for her diligent work. Much of what you'll see here in these few slides, we have a brief report today, but Dejan, if you don't mind just kind of raising your hand and standing, thank you for your help. We really appreciate it. So we are nearing the time when the 89th legislative session will convene, which is Tuesday, January the 14th. So we are fast approaching that time period. We are on schedule with the things that we needed to do in order to be able to go to the 89th Texas legislative session in January. We have gotten an adopted board agenda that we'll visit with our legislators on. We've memorialized our thoughts with regard to the policy agenda items and sharing the same with our policy legislators. And that will be occurring over the course, throughout the legislative period. And so we'll begin that here in the near term. We have about 23 people that's part of the HCC legislative delegation, and 2 of those people are from our newly elected folks. I'm sort of ahead of myself here, but 23 people. You see our senators on the left, the Texas Senate. We have new members that are going to be joining us. One who's Madam Chair on the other end of this call, Representative-elect Charlene Ward Johnson, representing District 139. From the Senate, Senator Molly Cook from District 17, SD 17, and Representative-elect Lauren Simmons in House District 146. So we'll have the opportunity to work with 3 new members from our delegation this 89th legislative session. HCC began tracking bills. We are tracking up to 100. We are tracking as of today 165 bills, and those bills will come to you on a periodic, consistent basis as the session progresses and bills move to the top of the tier for hearings and that kind of thing. So we'll apprise you of those bills, make sure that you're aware and can inform our work by way of having the appropriate information. So the bill filing period started on November the 11th, and we have 165 bills that we're tracking to date. There's some upcoming events. Of course, we said that opening day was January 14th, Tuesday, January 14th. Perhaps we'll see some of our trustees joining us on opening day. We'll certainly see you, Madam Chair, on opening day.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We will see you on opening day, and then on that. Yes.
Has anything gone out already, Mr. Young?
Nothing's gone out yet. Nothing
Okay.
yet.
No.
We'll make sure that you timely get it. We'll work with Board Services Office and make sure you get what you need. The 89th legislative session, of course, convenes on the 14th, and we have community college receptions on the 3rd of February, which is also Community College Day. And so at the reception is where we invite all the members from our delegation, actually from the region. There are 9 community colleges in the Gulf Coast Community College Consortium that host a reception for the members in this region. And, of course, we have the largest delegation, so we'll be hosting that group. And then, of course, in February, we'll be going to Washington. There's a new administration that will be sworn in on the 22nd. I believe may have the date off a little bit, but January 20th or 22nd, we'll have a new administration. We have to learn new people. We anticipate there will be agency changes. Our congressional delegation remains principally the same, so our local folks we have familiarity with. There's going to be one change. We know that former representative, former mayor, and now Congressman Sylvester Turner will be there in TX 18. So he'll be representing in 18, and so we'll be working with him. We had the opportunity to visit with him during the State of the College address, and so he was there and is looking forward to working with him, and as we are with him. And so on the 9th through the 12th of February, we'll be in Washington. Trustees, that is our brief report. We look forward to working with you in both Washington and in Austin. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Trustees, I had a question on Molly Cook. The comment is, it's in District 15. She represents in District 15, not 17.
15, yes.
And I saw one of the slides indicated the cost of transcripts. How much does it cost to get a transcript from HCC?
I'm going to lean on somebody to share that information if they have it. We'll get it for you, Madam Chair.
Oh.
And make sure you have it in a timely way. We'll get it for you.
All right. That was all I had. Any other trustees have?
I just want to say congratulations to our very own. And it's always good to go up there to Austin and see people that support HCC. So we're looking forward to that support. And thank you, Ramel. You've always done a great job of setting everything up for us to go, whether it's in Texas or in Washington. So we look forward to another great year.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees. Have a great day.
All right. Okay, is there anything else? If not, the Externals Relation Committee meeting is adjourned at
2:13 p.m.
Thank you, everyone.
Break time. 2:30 is the next one. Marketing at 2:30. December the 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
2:31 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Charlene Johnson, Lalu Davis, and alternate Dr. Adriana Tamez. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Marketing Committee today. We will discuss item A, update on community engagement and marketing for Central College. This is a report item and no action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. As was indicated, this item provides a report on community engagement and marketing updates for Central College. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Dr. Butch Harrod, President of Central College, will present the report. Dr. Harrod. Thank you.
Before you start, part of the marketing, I went to one of my local neighborhood restaurants, and lo and behold, what do I see? This magazine, Que Onda. And I said, I know this person from HCC, so congratulations, Dr. Edmund Butch Harrod, for making the cover of our neighborhood Que Onda magazine. And the article in there is very good, too, interesting. So
Maybe you can get a signed copy if you're lucky.
thank you. Go ahead.
Only if she donates to Central. Let's see here. Well, Madam Chancellor, trustees, and audience, of course, my pleasure today to report on some of the marketing efforts that have taken place at our Central College and what we're doing to better reach our communities. So the first slide that you see before you talks about what we've done in terms of bringing people to the campus from the community. So this is not just, this excludes all the student services events. This is solely events wherein we invited the community in or the community chose to come to us. There were 30 community events and the attendance was approximately 4,200 people. Some of the major events during that time, we had an exclusive with KHOU TV showing their Juneteenth documentary. We had the Hong Vong Vietnamese Culture School's graduation ceremony. We also hosted the graduation of seniors from the Tejano Center for Community Concerns. That was also hosted at our campus. And then we had Trustee Stallworth. She hosted a Crime Stoppers documentary at our campus, just to highlight a few of those. That was our central campus. This is our south campus. We had 22 community events with an attendance of approximately 1,200. In the slides you see Trustee Stallworth. This was for our back-to-school bash that we held. Free backpacks were distributed, and I forget the exact number of those. And we also had a STEM carnival with the listers, Mommy and Me. And approximately, just between those two events, there were literally hundreds and hundreds of people. If Trustee Stallworth was here, her numbers are a little higher than mine. But this was the numbers we could actually document. And most recently, we had Congressman Al Green, who hosted basically an app competition final and it was involving local schools. And it was fascinating to see the young minds that have created these apps. Beyond that, the South Campus is a source for constant meetings of civic groups. And, you ask, what's the value in this? Well, of course, it makes us more relevant to our communities. That's the chief value. And if you can bring them into the college, then it helps us to be the college of first choice when they consider their child's education or even for their own education. Moving along, we had dual credit increase of approximately 7%. We've had some challenges in those areas. The TSI boot camps were helpful. We hope to host more of those. So again, there was a 7% increase in dual credit, and it's our collective opinion of the team that that can be even higher as we move forward this year. The next slide you see is a slide about earned media, and this is free media that is provided by, in this case, it was local publications, the Forward Times, Katy News, and AFRAM News. And so free media, as my grandpa used to say, free's a good price. So there was a total of 15 articles that we managed to place in papers at absolutely no charge. And you can see the circulation of some of these. And continuing on with the earned media theme, our own communications director, Donald Sparks, authored a piece discussing our program for seniors, and he submitted that to the Community College Journal of the American Association of Community College. And of course, this gives us national exposure. And the importance of that, of course, is that if you think about it, when we say we want to be the college of first choice, we also want to be not just our students, but we want to be the college of first choice when prospective partners consider us for either grants or other types of educational partnerships. So these are very important. And then I want to move to a slide, and this one I'm particularly proud of. We mailed out over 48,000, there were 48,000 mailers delivered to the, and this is the key point. These were delivered, this shows the increase within the 12 zip codes that Central serves. Why is that important? Well, it shows that we're penetrating into the communities that most need our services, that we need at the college. We cannot afford to waste human capital. And so there was a 9% increase in students. I'm pleased to say that total enrollments at Central increased to 7,796 as of today's information. That's an 11.26% increase.
Good. That deserves a clap.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce the team because they deserve the credit. And when I say team, it is our communications team, but it's really, and they didn't all come, but it's really the entire team of staff that really sometimes go unnoticed in some cases. But it is a collective effort. That means all the student services folks, and I do have a slide at the end regarding that. But continuing on with this, we did an advertising blitz, and it was, in my opinion, it was very effective. We did 4 newspapers and the Houston Business Journal, and we looked at the numbers of increase in each of these areas. The best was electrical, which was up 27%. Over the previous year. So media matters, and we have to be judicious, of course, the way we expend dollars, but it is important, too, that we take note of how we're spending our money and what the results of those things are. Moving on, we have a brand new community outreach and engagement coordinator, and I just want to say that the entire communications team at Central all have been here less than 8 months. So it's a brand new team, and I'm saying that because they hit the ground running. They deserve much of the credit. They have actually gone out into the communities and done what, well, I think it's been a Herculean effort. They're constantly in the community. And the picture you see here is Kimberly Spivey, who is our outreach coordinator, and I will introduce her in just a few. And then, this to me was very interesting. And I apologize the way that's displayed up there. In digital outreach, I discussed when I arrived at Central, I discussed digital outreach with our communications director and said, we're doing this and this and this with traditional media. We need to be on social media. And he absolutely agreed with that. So we had an engagement at the Greater St. Matthew Baptist Church. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Trustee Stallworth. And during that, and which the Chancellor gave free scholarships out to graduating seniors. But it was graduation day at the church. And we also had the privilege of meeting a young lady by the name of Portia Bridges, who had just graduated from Baylor University. She has a bachelor's and a master's degree in digital communications. Baylor University, go Bears. And what was the result of that? Well, in the first month that she was there, we saw a 700% increase in views on our social media across 3 different platforms, that being Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. The account followers increased by 60%, and we promoted nearly 300 posts across all those platforms. So continuing with that, we reached over 16,000 different accounts on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and promoted 650 posts. Look, the importance of that is that each of those platforms has different types of subscribers. And so some are geared more for young people, the instant gratification, Instagram, and Facebook, and of course LinkedIn is more for professionals, but all of this matters because people are seeing us in ways that they have not seen us before. So kudos to Forsha and to the team for this. And then last but not least, I wanted to mention student services, because what student services did, they are responsible when people come into the college and are students, we've got to keep them. We are trying to increase persistence, and it takes a Herculean effort, to be quite honest with you, to retain students because of the personal challenges that they bring. And so what kind of services or what kind of wraparound services are provided? We keep coming back to this. Our community has people that arrive as students that have tremendous needs. I'll just editorialize and say I received an email several weeks ago from a student that said, hey, I'm a good student here, I've got a job, but I'm homeless, can you help me? That is not atypical of the types of things we're seeing at our college. And that's certainly it's different from when I attended Baylor University. That was not an issue. And so our student services folks really do a wonderful job, and this is just some examples of some of the things that they've done. I won't belabor it, you've got that in front of you, but there were over 210 different events on campuses that we held for students, trying to make sure that we retain them. So now, as a point of personal privilege, I think my team is here. Could the Central, yes, they are. Could the Central College team, Steve, we have, please stand. We have Charles Sparks on the right, who's Director of Communication, Kimberly Spivey, our Outreach Coordinator, Portia Bridges, who is our digital media expert par excellence, and I don't want to forget Tanya Brown, who keeps me in line, and also who has just been enormously helpful at the college. She never stops volunteering for things. I don't know where she gets her energy, but I'm trying to steal some of it. But that's our communications team. They deserve so much credit, and I thank them because I couldn't be successful, our college couldn't be successful without the works of people like these.
Thank you. Congratulations. And we know Ms. Tanya is always a cheerleader, especially during graduation.
Absolutely. And as a Baylor grad myself, that's I appreciate that. And that concludes my report. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them as long as they're not too difficult.
Trustees, any comments, questions?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Harrod. I'm going to make sure I sign up a instant gratification account for Trustee Wilson, because I'd hate for you to call us not young for not having Instagram accounts. But
He's on TikTok, sir.
Okay, well, problem solved. Problem solved. He's ahead of the game. So I did get a chance to come out for your HCC Fall Festival, which was the Thursday before Thanksgiving.
Yes.
So it was great to be out there and really see us engage in the community. The question I have, can you help myself and my colleagues understand what's the interaction? I know you have a communications director on campus, you have a new public and community engagement person. What's sort of the interaction between them and how we are doing some of the more mass marketing for the college? And what I'm trying to understand is, from an individual college perspective, the board has, our understanding of it is we have certain dollars that are earmarked for marketing and advertising. And you've described a lot about the earned media and some of the things that you all are doing directly at the campus or college level. I'm trying to understand what is the interaction or what's the cross confluence of those efforts to try to understand, do you have enough resources to do the outreach and marketing that you need as a college, or where are we with that? What are your thoughts there?
Well, it's an interesting dynamic. I appreciate that the board and the administration has sent the directors back to the colleges. And I'll tell you why. That free media was a result of relationships that were built because they were there on the ground at the college. So to answer your question broadly, it's a good setup, because what happens is at the district level, they do marketing for the entire institution, because, we tend to focus a lot on the programs that we offer at the individual colleges. And it's broader with them, getting our name out there, the branding, the exposure, that's all important. Never ask any employee if they have enough resources, because the answer is always yes. And I'm being honest about that. Do we have adequate resources? Well, we're doing great things. I mean, I'm just going on a limb here and say I would love to hire Ms. Bridges back there full time for the institution. If I can swing a position, I would do that, because she can do great things on the social media front for the institution. But other than that, the support from district has been great, and we've got a great interaction between our communication director and Steve Lesterjet and the entire team over here. I have nothing but respect for admiration for those folks. I've known many of them for years and years and years. So I think it's a good organizational structure, since you put me on the spot, but the support has been fairly robust. The chancellor has moved resources to the colleges to help us to do the kinds of things that you see here presented.
Thank you for offering that. The reason I ask is not to put you on the spot, even though I am putting you on the spot, but it's to try to better understand and appreciate. I mean, the chancellor can vouch that I sent her a message while she was off saying, "Hey, Chancellor, I just heard this ad on 99.1. I do listen to those Christmas carols when they start, even before Thanksgiving." And I was like, man, this was a fantastic ad. And I said it because I've probably vocalized it publicly, at least to some, that we have to be intentional about how we're communicating to those that we're trying to reach.
Yes.
And so while we have the mass marketing, it's important to understand, okay, and I think we're doing that at least a bit better, because some of the billboards, I've said this before, it's not what you're saying, it's how the recipient receives the message that you're trying to communicate.
Yes.
So we just want to make sure that we're better understanding what the effort at the college level is achieving, and hopefully that central administration efforts are augmenting that in the right way, and that we're striking the right balance, because, marketing is there for a couple of reasons. One, branding for the college, but two, is for us to get not just people in the door, but getting them through the process and through persistence, because that's part of what that marketing is aimed at. Hey, come back to finish what you might have started. So,
yes, sir, I agree, and striking the right balance is always the challenge. And we are taking inputs and trying to make sure that we do that. It is challenging though, because it's a fluid market. And things change, and we have to be reactive to those changes. At least this institution is resilient and can adapt to those changes, especially with the teams, and I speak of my other college presidents here, as well as the entire team at district. As you saw in some earlier reports, we have to face the challenges ahead of us, and they're in constant flux right now.
Very much, Madam Chair, and I'd like to also ask Dr. Harrod, who's also doing a magnificent job leading Central College and working collaboratively with the team. I would like for you to just give an overview of the background of your Director of Public Information for your college, please.
Well, that's, had this report been done last month, it would be more relevant. My Director of College Communications he served his country well. He spent 20 years in the U.S. Army and is a sergeant major, retired as a sergeant major. And he was in communications and has done some extraordinary work for the military. I can't speak highly enough of him. It's interesting to go into his office and see all the awards and decorations and things that he's received. He then went, he went to college, and if I'm not mistaken, he has not one but 2 master's degrees. Is that correct? Oh, 2? Yes. Yes. Oh, good. But you're welcome to hear from him. I'm sure he could talk for hours, but he has just been he's been a blessing. And the facet of his background is really relevant. He grew up in Sunnyside, and so he has ties to that community, knows the community. He knows Houston. He may have traveled all over the world serving his country, but his home was Houston. And that makes a difference. Same with Kimberly and Forsha. They are locally grown, and they grew up in the communities that we need to serve.
Excellent. Thank you so very, very much. And I'd like to say he has a personal relationship with General McMaster.
Yes.
Which I found to be
Yes.
quite interesting as well. Thank you so much for your service, Mr. Sparks.
What barbershop do you go to? No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke. I just want to make sure if he still gets his haircut in Sunnyside. But
Actually, I do, right, Joe?
Thank you so much. Any other comments? Not, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for doing a great job. And yes, we always say marketing comes in different forms, so it's that personal touch that's so important, and not just the media, but being out there, and y'all are taking care of that, so thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
If there's no further questions, comments, and the marketing committee meeting is adjourned at
2:52 p.m.
Thank you. Am I on the next one? No.
The meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee for December 4th, 2024 will now come to order at
3:02 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Charlene Johnson and Dave Wilson, with alternate Dr. Cynthia Lenton-Gary. I'd like to take a moment of privilege before I continue with the script and congratulate the newly inducted members of our very own Pi Theta Kappa Omega Sigma chapter of the Honor Society. Congratulations to y'all. That induction happened a couple of weeks ago, so congrats to them. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the Hearing of Citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and filed said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee today. Please note that Item C, Proposed New Award Aviation and Maintenance Technician Airframe AAS and Aviation and Maintenance Technician Power Plant AAS have been pulled and will be presented at a later time. We will now move to Item A, Report on Proposed New Award and Deactivations. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. This item presents a report to the Board of Trustees for approval of new awards and deactivations. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Perez and Dr. Ramos will provide an overview of the item with support from the presidents as requested. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the Board of Trustees. Every year, program faculty evaluate their offerings and consider the need for changes based on a variety of factors, including industry needs and enrollment. It's especially important that we talk about the involvement of industry, because the industry, which we have through all of our advisory committee meetings that are required for each of our workforce programs, they're the individuals that really keep us on target in terms of making sure that our curriculum is up to date, and also apprises of things that are happening in industry that result in us creating new programs, and of course in involving the faculty to create the curriculum, which is a requirement of our SACS accreditation. So all of these changes then are reviewed and approved by the appropriate administrative and faculty councils as part of the vetting process. Today we'll provide an update on awards that will be deactivated, and also introduce 2 awards for your consideration for implementation in fall of 2025. And with that, I'll ask Dr. Ramos to come in and introduce the items. Dr. Ramos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Sheehan, the Chancellor and other trustees. Thank you. So I'm going to take this a little bit backwards, if you'll indulge me, and start off with the deactivations, which do not require a vote. As I mentioned in an earlier session, when we are going through the process of review, sometimes it's necessary to cull programs because they may have outlived their usefulness, or they have just no market really for their services. And so this year there are 5 awards that are going to be deactivated. Thematically, they all have a similar reason for being deactivated, which is just a lack of enrollment. For the last several years, they haven't shown any particular growth, although we may take different approaches in the future in terms of how we may bring some of them back, and I'll explain in a second. The Medical Biotechnology ATC is primarily focused on folks that already have a bachelor's degree and are trying to upskill within the field. And there hasn't really been a lot of market value for that in terms of getting students enrolled. We have very small levels of interest in them. So what they're going to try to do is we're thinking about having a different type of medical biotechnology program, because that's certainly a huge field in the city. So trying to get that right, I think, is really, really important. The Marketing, Innovation, and Enterprise Specialization AAS, it was a good idea when it started, but it has started to cannibalize the other degree that is the umbrella degree. And so bringing that together back again is probably the best strategy. So the program felt it was time to eliminate the specialization and just focus on the overall degree itself. And finally, for the Linux Server Administrator AAS C1 and C2, the program felt that for various industry reasons, there isn't really as big of a market for that area as there was in the past couple of years. So they really want to focus their efforts on the other computer systems networking programs that they have in that degree field. And so those are the basic reasons that those are being deactivated this year. One thing that I will mention that I think is important to note is whenever we deactivate a program, it's not an immediate closure. We have to have a 3-year teach out for students in order to allow students that are currently enrolled to finish out the degree if they so choose. So students get an option to complete the degree that they are in, or they can choose to move into another field. We also retain the faculty and the staff because that's also something that our SACS accreditors ask us. What happens to faculty? What happens to the people that work in the program? So in these cases, there won't be any changes in that regard. So now, for your consideration, we have 2 awards that are coming up for approval by the board in this cycle. The first is a nail technician C1. So this is being offered in the Consumer Art Sciences COE at the Central Campus. There has been quite a bit of market share that has been lost by not having a nail C1. A lot of nail technician programs around the city have wait lists to get in. One big motivator for having the program here in our wonderful Consumer Arts and Sciences COE is a lot of times students that want nail technician certification go to private nail cosmetology schools where the tuition is much higher. If we get them into a program here, we can provide support to them, and it also allows them to explore some of the other options we have here, because certainly nail technician C1 is a job that's out there for a lot of people to try, but we also want to encourage people to expand their horizons and go into some aspect of entrepreneurship, maybe open their own salon, go into business management of some kind. So it's both an entry-level position that we want to provide for our students, but also is a gateway to other things. The second program is the Health Sciences COE at Coleman College is the Anesthesia Technician AAS. So this is a very high demand field currently in Houston. Obviously, we have the Texas Medical Center nearby, Coleman's positioned in it. And this has arisen through a collaboration with a lot of Texas Medical Center partners, including MD Anderson. So MD Anderson raised the idea, along with some of the partners in the medical center, that anesthesia technology or technician was a job that is in high demand. And so we want to make sure that we serve the needs of our medical center and the larger community by providing students with the education that's going to position them to some really high-paying jobs. So this is a really a big growth area. And so that is what is under consideration for today. If there are any questions or comments, we're happy to indulge.
Trustees, any questions?
I'm always concerned about what we're deactivating, because my question is always, did we do enough to promote the program? Did we do enough to encourage the students? Did we do enough to make sure that word got out that we have those programs?
Yeah.
So if we can answer yes, 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 then yes.
Yeah, in these cases, whenever we consider a deactivation, there's a process that we have to go through. So we have conversations with faculty. The faculty have conversations with their industry partners, with their other faculty through their program committees, and they really look at the data. They use program vitality that's provided by the RAD's office, and they talk about whether there is enough marketing for it. In some cases, like for example, the specialization in marketing, they marketed, but what ended up happening is students would go to that program instead of the umbrella program. And so we weren't really gaining any additional enrollment out of it. It was simply splitting the enrollment that was in there. And so having content in the umbrella degree that addresses the need of the specialization was just a more efficient way of having it. Because also when we think about reporting to the state, if we have 2 degrees, each with 20, that doesn't really look as good as if we have one with 40, and it makes a lot more sense to have a single program with higher enrollment, particularly if it's not contributing to higher enrollment over time.
So the students that are in those programs, I know that you said that you do talk to them and encourage them to go into other programs.
Yeah,
and if they're already in the health program, that's such a large program out there, a large need for the health. So let's encourage them to make sure that they go to one where they're not starting over, but they can just fit into one of them and finish faster.
And that is always the first conversation. If a student wants to transfer to another program, we actually have to, when we propose new programs of any kind, we have to make sure that there are pathways for students out of it that is efficient and doesn't cause them to lose a lot of credits or make a lot of additional financial investment in their future. So we try to optimize the pathways in such a way so that if they do want to move into a different program, they can do so with a minimum of disruption to their educational journey.
And I'm sorry I'm taking long, but I really like the fact that we're holding those health programs here as well, because now they can't use the excuse of parking. If there was, I know that that's one of the big problems that we have by them going to the other facility. But, now hopefully we'll see that rise in numbers.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustees, any other questions? All right, I've got two. So first question is about scale. So the anesthesia tech AAS that we've got on the screen is a perfect example. Amazing that we're starting this program up, so very supportive personally of that. But the discrepancy between kind of the projected maximum enrollment versus the massive market demand. And of course, you don't want to get ahead of your skis and scale up a massive program before you know you can be successful. But I'm curious, when do we make that call about going beyond a total enrollment of 60? And how big could the program get so that we're more adequately serving the total market demand for this kind of role going forward?
Sure. I can take a general view of that, and I can defer to the program for specific questions. So I think that you hinted at one aspect of it, which is the growth over time. We want to make sure that there is, in fact, this market. Going to the marketing question, are we reaching out to the right students? Are we having the students in the right position to be enrolled in the program? Once we start seeing those trends of fill rates and enrollment in the degree itself, we start making adjustments as we see the demand grow. Is that fair?
That is correct. As the demand increases, we know that there's a great need. So we will continue to assess and increase the enrollment as the need persists. And additionally, as you know, we run into clinical situations. So as we outgrow MD Anderson and start going into the other facilities, that opens up an opportunity to increase our enrollment for our students.
So then follow up on that. So the 3,000 annual job openings that's shown here, is that just MD Anderson? Is that regional need? Like just what's the basis of that?
It's the MSA. It's the Houston, Woodlands, Galveston region.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, once we get these programs, established, they get their sea legs, it'd be fun to do a quick retrospective just on, it's just the discrepancy between 60 and 3,000 is what I'm really anchored on, is are we leaving opportunity on the table by not having a bigger ambition with the program by year 5? But that's probably a discussion for later on.
Correct. And not necessarily leaving it on the table, but we're growing into it because we can't feel the need immediately, but we can surely make an improvement in where we are with those job offerings. Thank you.
Second question I had was, and it was more stark with the other awards or degrees that were in the original proposal, but the discrepancy in hourly wage, I'm just curious, does that feed into the return on investment discussion that we're going to have around HB8 and potential tweaks to that funding model next year?
It will have to, yes. So we think about the earned wage. There's also the gainful employment standards that we have for the federal government where they have particular types of income that you must meet in terms of benchmarks. So that is definitely part of the discussion. One of the things that we internally think about as well is when we're trying to comprehend what a wage is when we're marketing, for example. There are different ways to think about how to entice students to come in. You can either think about the entry-level wage, you can think about the median wage, you can think about your ultimate earnings, which gives the truest picture of your ultimate goal. And that's something that we consider when we're thinking about these degrees.
And what caught my attention on this was specifically how lopsided in the right direction the revenues versus expenditures are for the nail tech degree. And given that hourly wage and the ROI discussion, do we think that revenue projection is accurate, or could that get trimmed a little bit as HB8 changes start to get implemented next year?
That's certainly something that we will consider as we start getting the real numbers, and projections to some degree are an art. And so once we actually start getting students in and looking at the expenditures, we'll be able to make a better determination of what the long-term goals can be.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I want to say thank you to the Southeast Campus and the Central Campus because I was invited last week, the week before. They had, I want to say, a day of pampering. But with their nail technicians, they they invited seniors from the neighborhood. And so they had, the Southeast campus, they had about 60 seniors and veterans that came out, and they showcased what they had, the facilities that they had there, and they did their nails. So they were all real happy because they didn't know that that was available. And so they always need people to come in and practice on them. So they did that. And then I think Monday they had it at Central Campus where they were thanking the students and trying to give them some stress releasers by doing their nails too. So thank you.
Very good.
Very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed new award, anesthesia technologist, AAS?
So move.
Is there a second? I guess I'll second. All right. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, the need for anesthesia technologist degree has become increasingly critical in Houston's healthcare landscape. Given the demand, the administration is recommending for the board's consideration of approval of the proposed new AAS award in anesthesia technology. And so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I invite Dr. Latricia Harrison, President of the Coleman College of Health Sciences, and Dr. Norma Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction and Student Services, to provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Harrison.
For the anesthesia program?
The anesthesia technologist.
So what you see is the degree plan that is attached to the agenda item. Of the degree plan does follow the state requirement of having 60 credit hours for an Associate of Applied Science. And as I've indicated earlier, curriculum is developed by our faculty. So it's been vetted by faculty, it's been vetted by the various approving faculty councils as well as administration.
We're open for any questions that you may have.
Trustees, any questions?
I don't have a question, but I was just commenting to Trustee Tamez that I have a nephew that went and got his degree, his doctorate in anesthesiology, and he's up there making big, big bucks. And so he, and when I saw him this past weekend, I said, so how's that money? He goes like, it's just so much, but it took a lot of studying. And so it's possible. We put it out there, they go for it, and let's just keep encouraging them. It's a good program, and they need him. So, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Say again what you said. Is this the anesthesiologist that we're?
It's the technician, anesthesia technician program. It's the degree that we want to offer.
Right, but what was shown was something else.
That's the next presentation.
Okay.
It's attached. I don't know whether they can bring it up. Can you bring it up?
So we're voting, I want to just, on the anesthesiology technicians, okay.
Right, you're voting on that degree that you approve that we can offer that.
Any more questions? We are now ready to vote on item B, proposed new award, anesthesia technologist, AAS. Voting.
Sharon, that's a yes for me.
Received.
Voting's now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
All right, is there a motion to approve item D, proposed new award, nail technician, C1?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second that. It has been moved and seconded. We will now have a discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item presents a new award in nail technology for your approval, and with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Perez and Dr. Harrod will present an overview and answer questions. Dr. Perez, Dr. Harrod.
Yes, what you see are the courses that we propose to offer for the Level 1 certificate. It will have a total of 17 credit hours, so it actually could be taught in one semester. Any questions?
Trustees, any questions? All right. Go ahead.
The 5-year revenue projection, 639.
Yes, projections.
Yes, I think that's right. The expenditure is 1.23 million.
Yeah.
I think you reversed it.
It's reversed.
Okay. It's not in my book, but,
We'll make that correction.
okay. That's, revenues, 639. Okay.
Varying. So that's interesting.
On the right page.
No, that's a different one. This is item D.
Oh, skip C. Okay. Good. I was on the wrong page. We skipped C. It was these numbers. I like these numbers a lot better, yes. Thank you. No question.
All right. We are now ready to vote on item D, proposed new award nail technician C1. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. Trustee Johnson is no longer on the video conference. The motion passed with a vote of 2-0.
May I say?
Please.
You know, when you look at a program, when I look at one, the cost of it and what we generate in revenue are very important things, but that doesn't always mean that a program isn't worthwhile if the cost exceeds the revenue, because we're a public institution and we get money from the taxpayers to support this. If there's a public need for that, I'll vote for it. But I don't want to leave the impression that every program has to be a positive cash flow, because it doesn't. The value of that program in the community and how it affects the community and the population is very important in that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
We'll now move to item E, Associate's Degree Nursing Update. This is a report item, no actions required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item presents an update on the Associate Degree Nursing Program, and with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Harrison, President of Coleman College of Health Sciences, will present the overview and respond to questions along with Dr. Norma Perez. Dr. Harrison.
Thank you, Chair, Chancellor, and trustees. I wanted to give an update on where we are as far as the Houston Community College Associate Degree Nursing Program. As a review, I wanted to tell you where we started. Back in 2018, we had 46 students of 49 to take the first to take the exam on the NCLEX exam with a 93% board passing rate. As we moved through the years and entered COVID, that's when our program started to see a change. In 2020, we had 135 students to test for the first time, and 105 of those students passed boards, giving us a 77% board pass rate. As we continue to come out of COVID, 187 students took the boards for the first time, 97 passed. We entered into a pivotal change where we started to make assessments and changes to our program for improvement. We voluntarily closed the program in December of 2023 to reevaluate and to make improvements. In the fall of 2023, we had 55 students to graduate and take the NCLEX exam. 48 students passed. giving us an 87% board pass rate. In the spring of 2024, with the Teach Out group, we had 60 students to graduate, 55 to pass, giving us a 91.6% board pass rate. In the summer of 2024, we had 14 students to graduate. So far, 7 of the 14 have tested, 7 of the 14 have passed. We're waiting on the other 14 to complete with a hopeful of 100% board pass rate. We implemented changes to increase and improve the program. And for your reading, you have here just some examples of what we've done to make changes within the nursing program. Some of the things that we've done to improve, we've instituted mandatory remediation, where if students do not score 80% or higher, they have to remediate with their faculty. We've implemented the ExamSoft program, examination platform for secure testing. We've also created a testing committee where the exams are presented to the testing committee before the students test and after the students test. We're also meeting with our advisory team more frequently to get updates. The students also have to take a 3-day NCLEX review in person, as well as one with their instructors, and we have implemented more professional development for our faculty. We have some additional slides here that I'm not going to go through for you, but you can read them at your leisure. I wanted to discuss this slide here. In looking at the justification of our associate degree nursing program. Based on a report in 2023, 4,200 applicants did not get a seat in the nursing program. In 2023, of the 1,300 students that were enrolled, only 605 made it to complete the program and graduation. Based upon our reports to the boards, Texas Board of Nursing on the NCLEX, we have an 87% board pass rate for the fall. In 24, spring of 2024, we have an 81% board pass rate. With these, thank you so much. These impressive results is from a combination of teaching, learning, and professional development strategies used to increase the program rigor that we plan to continue into the new professional nursing practice associate degree program. This slide discusses the stability of our nursing faculty, and we're doing very good with retaining our faculty, which is good for our students. This slide shows that by 2032, we still will have a shortage of nursing. The demand will outpace the supply of nurses, and the shortage will remain and worsen if nothing is done to address it. This is why it's so important for us to have our program back. Where we are today. We've submitted the curriculum through the curricular process here at HCC, and it's passed through there. We submitted it to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, which have approved our program, and we're waiting to submit to the Board of Nursing on January 2nd, with the expectation that by April we will have our approval. And once we have the approval from the Board of Nursing, then we can begin to promote and accept applications. Because this program was not changed by more than 50%, it does not require us to go through SACS approval again. What are we going to do to maintain our success rates? Well, we're going to continue our professional development for our faculty. 9 of our nursing faculty members have decided to obtain a postmaster certification from the University of Houston, Andy and Barbara Gessner School of Nursing. We have hired our new Dean of Nursing, and I will introduce her shortly. The faculty will continue to participate in professional development by attending the ACEN and NLN conferences to obtain the national accreditation once we have our program back. We have developed a retention survey to help identify students who may need wraparound services earlier and make the recommended referrals. And we have developed a pre-nursing apprenticeship that consists of 3 courses in the continuing education that focuses on study skills, critical thinking, and time management, specifically for the healthcare student. This is the Board of Nursing schedule that you can review and when they're having their meetings. And again, we're hopeful and expect to have word from the Board of Nursing by April on our approval. We're going to speak that as it is. And these are some additional recommendations that come from the Texas Healthcare Workforce Task Force that I was selected to sit on by Governor Abbott. So these are some of the things that they are recommending that nursing schools do to impact the nursing shortage that we have here in Texas. And with that, I am open for any questions.
Trustees, any questions?
I'm surprised at all the colleges, how many students don't complete. There's a big number at start. Do we have any way of recruiting them into, for lack of a better word, a less strenuous healthcare profession, or do they just totally drop out? And I'm not talking just at HCC, but I mean in San Jacinto and Lone Star. But
so that's where those partnerships come in, particularly from the four-year universities, when we're looking at those students who may have had to stop for whatever reason. It could be cost, it could be family life, personal issues. So they have an opportunity to attend HCC and then complete the program where it may be more available during a weekend or evening schedule because they had to work, but also redirecting those students. Most students who do not complete either decide that nursing is not for them, or they want to go into a different area, so they choose a different career path. So it could be some personal reasons. If I may, I just want to acknowledge my team. I could not have done this without the success of my team. So my team is here as well, and I would like for them to stand up and be acknowledged because they have worked tirelessly in getting this curriculum together and ready for submission. And we do have our dean, Dr. Nicole Townsend, who's coming here with a wealth of experience and ready to take on the challenge of the nursing program.
Before you go, I've got a few questions for you. So these, I sent them previously, but just wanted to make sure that they were on the record. So first, this kind of took us a bit by surprise when it hit over the holidays this year, and I appreciate you've identified many mitigations to help prevent this from happening again, but I'm curious, what leading indicators will you be looking at for the program to ensure that if it does start to veer in the wrong direction again, we catch it ahead of time?
Well, that's where the retention survey is coming in. So we're starting with those students upon entry to identify students who may have childcare issues or transportation problems or who need financial assistance. So we can identify those students so we can really start the referral process in the beginning. As we know, a lot of times what happens with the students is not necessarily the rigor of the program, it's the external factors that interfere with them being successful in the program. So identifying those needs for wraparound services earlier will help to maintain those students into the program. Additionally, we're looking at creating successful study skills for those students because the study for healthcare is different than how you study for your traditional courses. So implementing those type of programs earlier on will help to ensure that those students will be successful.
Well, thank you for that. My next question is, so Trustee Wilson pointed out some of the stats from the other programs. Me being a fan of math, tallied up the enrollment at some of the other institutions. It looks like Lone Star is across all their campuses sitting at about 600 students intaken per year, and San Jac is in the 440-ish range. Seems like our class size is much smaller than that, prior to this, the hiccup a year ago or so. Just curious, do we have a vision? I mean, obviously we have to, make the main thing and establish that will persist, but do we have a vision for when we'll get up to that level of enrollment? Because the need is enormous, I think, as you laid out in the slides pretty effectively.
Exactly. So after the first 2 years of successful board passing, then the board will allow us to increase our numbers. So once we have the program back up and going, then we have to go through a full cycle of students' graduation, completion, and passing the exam, and then they will allow us to increase. Initially, the board tells us how many students that we can take in.
Is that a fairly gradual, so let's just to make up round numbers, we start with 30 and then after a couple of years we can move to 60 or just how fast could that growth happen?
Typically, it's based upon your space, clinical sites, and faculty. So if we have the space, we have the faculty, and we have the clinical sites, the board will allow you to take as many as you can meet those needs.
Okay, thank you for that. Last question. What is the first cohort going to look like? Just curious for like size. Did we recruit honor students? There was some discussion about that in prior discussions that we were going to, in part recruit candidates that would have a higher propensity to be successful and so forth. Just curious if you could talk us through what this first cohort may look like as we look toward a reestablishment in the fall.
The size of the first cohort is not determined by us, so that will come from the Board of Nursing. I'm hoping that they will approve us for at least 45 students. Of those 45 students, we naturally will advertise, promote. We have an application process that the students will go through. We're looking at GPA, we look at their HCC scores, as well as an interview process that the students will go through to determine where they are and if they can maintain and participate in the program.
When is the board going to weigh in on?
So the board determines when they go through the prospectus of everything, reviewing the campus, they look at our classroom space, they assess how many clinical sites we have available. They're going to look at the support that we have from the community, as well as looking at the need of a registered nurse in the area. So that's initial. Once they tell us yes, which that's what we expect them to do, then they decide, because of the history, we will start small and allow you all to take 45 students each semester in the fall and spring, which will give us essentially 90. That's the hope. It can go either way with them.
I think while you're always welcome in front of this committee, I think it would be really instructive for you to return once the board gives us some more definition, just so that we're aware of how this program is evolving. Just really high hopes and high expectations. So thank you for everything you and your team have done.
I appreciate it. I sure will.
All right. Next item is item F, leading indicators, update number 5, persistent rates. This is also a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item presents an update, as you requested, on leading indicators. This report addresses persistence rates, and with your permission, Mr. Chair, Dr. Burridge, Vice Chancellor of Research and Data Analysis, will present the item along with Dr. Perez, Senior Vice Chancellor of Instruction Student Services, and Dr. Rima Adil. Okay, Dr. Burridge.
Thank you. So last month, we presented on stop-out rates. This month, we're going to talk about the other side of the coin, which is the persistence rates. But first, I'd like to differentiate between retention and persistence. Retention is technically the rate at which students remain enrolled at the same institution. Meanwhile, persistence is the rate at which students remain enrolled at the same institution or another institution. So persistence rates are retention rates plus essentially transfer. And also, because HCC offers short-term certificates, like many two-year institutions, HCC includes completions in the persistence rate. This is sometimes referred to as positive outcomes. Because we have students who may complete really quickly, it's important to recognize that, in fact, for those students to enter the job market is a positive outcome. So when we track retention and persistence, we use what's called the Achieving the Dream cohort. This is a cohort which is all of the non-dual credits, so they have to have graduated from high school or be out of high school somehow, new to HCC degree-seeking students. This is a cohort of about 12,000 students per year. Now, when we see benchmark comparisons by the coordinating board and by others, they are available primarily for what's called the IPEDS cohort and the coordinating board cohorts. They differ in the dates they're extracted, but they're limited to the first time in college students and often only the full-time students. So in most of the HCC comparison data you'll see later, there are about 2,000 HCC students in those lines, whereas when we look at that's so limiting. So when we look at our persistence rate for just our institution, we use a broader cohort because, we want to see how all of those 12,000 students are doing. So this is our fall to spring retention. The students who stay at HCC from fall to spring, there's actually very little completion or transfer at that point. And it is a leading indicator of the fall to fall retention. You can see a very similar pattern. Fall to fall retention tends to have more extreme patterns than the fall to spring. When we move to persistence, that's when we start to include the transfer on top of the enrollment. And the numbers in white there are all transferred students. So there's transferred plus enrolled and transferred. And you can see that many students do move over to a four-year institution but stay enrolled with us. Here I've added the awarded students on top. And yeah, there are a few awarded and enrolled and transferred and enrolled, but this is a fairly good summary. One thing I'd like to point out is that we get our last batch of fall 2024 transfers on when we send out to the National Student Clearinghouse on January 15th. So the 58% and the 5.5% transfer rate are expected to increase in January when we get the last installments of students who have transferred in the fall. And we expect those rates to be pretty similar to prior years. So when we look at the benchmark data, this is the retention rates, and you can see that particularly starting around Harvey and COVID, that HCC did drop relative to our cohort peers. You can also see, however, that in the last year we've started to increase again. These rates end 1 year earlier than the previous slides because the coordinating board takes about a year to release information. So the increase that you saw on the previous slides 2 and 3, should be reflected next year on this. So we expect to see continued increase from HCC. These are the persistence rates. So again, and remember that this is a much smaller cohort of students. It's just the first time full-time, so the numbers are higher than when you include our part-time students and transfers in who have also often been unsuccessful at a previous institution. We spend a lot of time looking at the predictors of retention and persistence. They are the same predictors generally. Full-time students are much more likely to be retained than part-times. What happens in the classroom, as you know, is critically important. Students who succeed in at least one of their classes, so if they're taking 3, if they succeed in at least one, they're much more likely to be retained than students who don't succeed in a class. And withdrawal is a particular risk factor for students. If they withdraw from a class, they're essentially walking away from a class, and that's actually even more predictive of a student leaving HCC than failure. And Pell, of course, is extremely helpful. Students who receive financial aid are more likely to persist fall to spring. And a lot of that is knowing that they can pay for their classes, of course, makes a huge difference in whether students are able to stay with us. So here, we want to remind you of the initiatives that really do focus on student services and what happens in the classroom, but we talked about these in depth last month, so we included these slides simply for a reminder. And with that, we will take questions.
Trustees, any questions? All right. Thank you very much. This meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and/or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board or any matter considered in a closed meeting, such a final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
3:46 p.m.
open portion of this meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee of the Houston Community College System Board of Trustees has reconvened at
4:53 p.m.
the Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting is now adjourned at
4:53 p.m.
All right, thank you very much.
4:53 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Is there a motion to approve item A, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for October 24th?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. The administration requests that the board accept the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for October 2024. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I invite Mr. Atkin to come to the podium and to present the overview and answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good evening. Nice to be with you today. As a quick review of our financial position through the end of October, please remember that ad valorem taxes are collected primarily in January and February. We have collected very little revenue in terms of ad valorem taxes. Tuition and fees are up 19.3%, and fall enrollment is up 6.9%. The reason for collecting so much more in terms of revenue as a percentage of an increase in enrollment is twofold. Number one, our traditional enrollment, or our regular non-dual credit students, growth was up by almost 8%. So when you see an increase of 19.3%, it's based primarily on those students who incur costs for attendance. With waivers for dual credit, they generate very little revenue for us. The second reason is because of an increase in out-of-district students and out-of-state students. They pay at a much higher rate. So when you see tuition revenue grow at a faster rate than enrollments, it's indicative of a higher growth rate in out-of-district and out-of-state students than it is in district students. That difference has resulted in a $10 million increase in revenue fall to fall from last year to this year. In terms of state appropriations, just a quick reminder, we get 3 payments now. We received the first payment of $32.6 million, which is essentially half of our allotment. They front load that now so that it is easier for colleges to cash flow throughout the year. In terms of investment earnings, our return on investments was $1.46 million. Compare that to $1.44 million last year. Even though rates have dropped slightly, our returns are higher, and we will continue to see returns that are close to what we were receiving last year due to some of the restructuring that we did with our investments last month. In terms of our investments, typically we were at a 66%. That has shifted with some of those changes. So you now see that 58% of our assets are in government pools, money market funds, and CDs, with 42% being invested in treasuries. In terms of expenses, our total operating expenses are running at 17.5% of the budget. This is actually a strong indicator for us, particularly in October. We are striving to do a much better job of budgeting to the expenses that we're going to incur. And this is a good indication, especially with our $5 million allowance for vacancy savings, that we're on track to spend the full amount that was budgeted this year. Additionally, salaries are running at 17%. So our salaries are strong. We've done a better job managing that budget as well. In terms of net revenue, or revenue less expenses, the increase through October is $40 million. A large part of that is due to the allocation of state appropriations, right? We get that money in advance. We'll spend that over the next several months. But compared to last year, it's $10 million higher than it was in FY24. So in general, things are going very well from a financial management perspective through the end of October. With that, I would answer any questions that you might have.
Trustee Cheatham?
Wanted to dig in a little bit more on the improvement or the higher percentage of growth in tuition fees versus enrollment growth. So are we seeing that increase in out-of-state and international students primarily by taking our online college global, or are we also seeing those students coming here physically in person on our campuses?
Is it okay if I defer to Dr. Burge to maybe help answer that question?
Currently, it's primarily students who are coming to our campus, but we are also starting to see an increase in global, and I can get those percentages for you.
No, thanks for that. I was just thinking, previously we've had a conversation around maybe looking into student housing or apartments and so forth, and if we're seeing more out-of-state and international folks, that might be something to keep a bit higher on our radar as we enter into budget season. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, trustees? No additional questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are now ready to vote on item A, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for October 2024.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
Just take a round. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at
5:00 p.m.
Look, I know you're happy.
Hey, everybody go step. That's what I'm going to start doing.